Welcome again to the Hot Shop. Today we are creating the goblets on the podiums. There are seahorses in the middle, and right now we're working on the seahorse portion of the goblet. So in order to get this like a square pattern, a cross-section pattern, they're going to rotate some hot glass around the body of the seahorse. That glass comes out of the furnace. It rests at about 2100 degrees, so it's nice and orange, but when it cools down, it'll be clear. All of the glass within the furnaces is clear. My name is Emily, and I'll be the MC for the day. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. So as they work, they have to keep the glass nice and hot, so they'll go into the reheating chamber. It's that orange face oven there. That reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it allows us to keep the glass nice and hot, get it soft enough to manipulate it at the bench. So first we're going to work on the bottom portion of this seahorse's body and add the small details, and then we'll flip it over and we'll work on his head, or their head. So we're making these goblets because every year here at the museum we have an annual gala which is known as Red Hot, and every year there's a specific or there's a certain type of goblet and decanter created. And if you look up at the big screen there, you can see the years past. So Red Hot is our annual gala that contributes to about 50% of our operating funds. It happens in September.
Hey, I think we're good on those decanters. Thanks.
So he put the seahorse into the garage, which is this large oven here on the left side of the hot shop, and it'll hold the seahorse until they're ready to rework it into the process until they're ready to attach it. So the process will start by dipping into the furnace, and the furnace is the silver tank with the door on the front of it. We have two of them in the hot shop. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So as you can see, the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. When the furnaces start to get low with glass, our hot shop tech, which is the man there on the left side of the hot shop with the hat on, he'll recharge it, which means he'll refill them with glass. So I think he might be doing that this morning. So as he rotates that rod within the furnace, he'll gather up a bit more glass. The glass within the furnaces, they contain a certain level of viscosity which allows it to adhere to itself as he rotates. He'll dip it into this bowl, which will give us that really pretty golden color for the body of the seahorse. So now we'll transfer the seahorse from this initial pipe we started on because he already shaped the bottom. When he transfers it off, that'll give him access to the top of the seahorse so he can clean up the head and add the eyes and the other details. So that reheating chamber he'll use to reheat the glass, it rests at about 2,300 degrees. Can we see the glory hole diagram? It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's only designed to reheat the glass, and that's the orange face chamber in front of the bench. They'll bring little bits over to the body of the seahorse from the furnace. That furnace holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. It's the silver based ovens with the doors on the front of them. They hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and they rest at about 2,100 degrees. Can we please see some of the years past decanter and goblets? If you look up at the big screen there, here are some of the past decanter and goblets that we've created for Red Hot. Thank you. Welcome into the hot shop. My name is Emily. I'll be the MC for the day. We are creating goblets in the hot shop this morning. The seahorses with the tops right here on the podiums. He's probably going to create one more seahorse, and then when he's ready, he'll create the top portion of the goblet. After he creates 3 of those, then he might start to assemble the whole cup. The process, it starts by dipping into the furnace. The furnaces are these silver tanks with the doors on the front of them. The furnaces in the hot shop can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. As he dips into that furnace, he gathers up a little glass, shapes it, lets it cool down. If you guys are ever curious about what's happening here in the hot shop, we live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. when we're open to the public. So you can always get on to museumofglass.org to learn about what's happening. And then if you would like to know about our events and our activities and programming, you can also get on to museumofglass.org to learn about our hands-on events. We'll have hands-on workshops here in the hot shop led by Hilltop Artist alumni. And then we also have events and activities within the education studio. You can make a glass tile. Hello, everyone. Here in the hot shop, we are creating goblets, and so currently we're working on the seahorse portion of the goblet. And if you guys have questions, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So every year here at the museum, we have an annual gala, and so one goblet is created for that year, and one decanter is created for that year. Can we see some of the past goblets and decanters? So now for the head of the unicorn, he's gonna dab on the eyes. If you look closer at the unicorn, oh my gosh, I keep saying unicorn. I'm so sorry. I meant seahorse. For the head of the seahorse, he'll dab on the eyes. If you look closer at the seahorses there on the podium, you'll be able to see the tiny details. So now she'll bring over little bits of glass to add on the extra details. She gathers those little bits of glass from the furnace. The furnace is the large tank that holds all the molten glass here in the hot shop. It rests at about 2,100 degrees. It's those silver tanks with the doors on the front of them, and he has to keep the piece nice and hot as he works. So he has to flash the seahorse, the seahorse in the reheating chamber where he's standing, and that reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees during the process. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, but there's only heat inside of that reheating chamber. There's no molten glass. So, for all my youth visitors that are in the hot shop today, I just wanted to tell you guys a little bit more about our Kids Design Glass program. If you're 12 and younger, you might have seen it when you came in. Oh, we're going to bring the seahorse around for you guys to be able to see. So he has to place the seahorse in the garage here where it'll just be held at a steady temperature until they're ready to create the whole goblet and stack it up. But let's go back to the Kids Design Glass program I was telling you guys about. So this program is designed to inspire you all to create like the fine artists do here in the hot shop. And if you're 12 and younger, you can apply, you can submit it drawing, and if your drawing is selected, you'll be invited back with your family, and then we'll make 2 pieces of glass that derive from the drawing you've created and submitted, and one will go home with you and your family when it's all done, and then one will stay here for permanent for our exhibits over time. So be sure to locate the Kids Design Glass submission forms in the Grand Hall, and then I'll figure out what we're doing next, and maybe I'll ask to see the video to learn a little bit more about the Kids Design Glass program. So, can we please see the Kids Design Glass for video to learn a little bit more about the program? Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video to learn a little bit more about the program? So when they're ready, they'll pop it up and then we'll be able to watch it. So let's just hang tight for a second. We're going to create another seahorse here in the hot shop. That seahorse starts by gathering up a little glass from the furnace. After they gather up the glass, he dipped it into a bowl of crushed glass, which will add color to the surface to make it that really pretty gold color.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old. And you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
So he'll knock the seahorse off of the rod and place it into the garage where it'll rest until he's ready to rework it into the process. The garage is a place, it's that silver oven there. It's a place where the items can be held at a steady temperature, warm enough to hold it, but not high enough in temp to continue to melt the glass. And then they'll probably do it all again. So when he starts another seahorse, he'll dip into this furnace here, which is the silver tank. The furnaces, they can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and they rest at 2,100 degrees. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they're powered by natural gas and forced air. Dipping into those furnaces is like dipping into a jar of honey or lava. And then as he rotates, he gathers up a little glass at the end of the rod. He'll dip it into a bowl of crushed glass, which will give us the surface color, which is this really pretty gold color. And that's he has to add color in while he's working because all of the glass within the furnace is clear. We are creating these goblets for our annual gala. Can we please see some of the years past goblets and decanters? Every year a goblet and a decanter is created exclusive to that year. So if you look a little closer here at the examples on the podium, there's a cross section. So as they wrap some clear glass around the body of the seahorse, it'll create this cross section pattern on the surface of the glass. So as we continue to create seahorses here in the hot shop, he'll make a certain amount, and then he'll make the tops. He'll make the same amount of tops as he does for the seahorses. I think maybe we're at 4 or 5 right about now. And then he'll start to stack them up. Can we see some of the years past goblets and decanters? So the goblets on the podium are for our annual gala we have here at the museum. It's our Red Hot Gala, and it raises about 50% of our operating funds. It's not until September, but we get started now, so we're ready when the time comes. As they work, in front of the benches are the reheating chambers, and those chambers rest at about 2,300 degrees, and they're designed to keep the glass nice and hot. If you guys are ever curious to know what's happening here in the hot shop, you can always live stream the process. We live stream Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. when we're open to the public, and that's at museumofglass.org under the hot shop tab. Can we please see some of the years past decanters, goblets? So if you look up at the big screen there, this was last year's decanter and goblet. So now he'll place it into the garage, which is the silver oven here, where it'll rest until he's ready to start to stack the glass into a full goblet. Okay. Okay. So we'll dip into the furnace. And as he rotates that rod, he'll gather up some glass. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnaces here in the hot shop are powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and they rest at 2,100 degrees. Thank you. All of the glass within the furnace is clear, so after he shapes the glass a bit, he'll roll it into a bowl of crushed glass, which is what we call frit, and it'll change the surface color, which will give it a really pretty gold, like the seahorses here on the podium. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop. We're creating the seahorse portion of the goblets that are on the podium. We have to create the parts of the goblet and then stack them all together. It's not created all in one process. And every year we have a goblet and a decanter that's created for our annual gala. Can we see some of the years past goblet and decanters? So as she gathers glass from the furnace, that's where all the molten hot glass is held at the end of the rod there. She's adding little bits to the body of the seahorse to create the details. That furnace can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees, and that's how we get the glass. And then when we work at the bench, we reheat the glass that we're creating in the reheating chamber to keep it nice and hot. And that reheating chamber rests at 2,300 degrees during the process. Thank you. So now it'll go into the oven here, the garage, where it'll rest until he's ready to rework it into the process to stack it into a complete goblet. Towards the 1 o'clock hour, after the 1 o'clock hour, we will take a lunch break for about 1 hour and come back and do it all again. But for now, we're going to keep on creating seahorse here on the hot shop floor. So he gathered up a little glass from the furnace and then he dipped it into a bowl of crushed glass, which is what we call frit. And that's how we get that pretty gold color on the surface of the glass. Welcome to those of you who are just joining us here in the hot shop. We're working on the seahorse portion of the goblets that are here on the podiums. Every year we create a goblet and a decanter for our annual gala. Our annual Red Hot Gala happens in September. Right now they're just dabbing on the little eyes to the face of the seahorse. Can we see some of the years past decanter and goblets? Our Red Hot Gala generates about 50% of our operating funds. Thank you. He can only work so long there at the bench, enhancing the design of the seahorse, and then he'll go back into that reheating chamber to get the glass nice and warm. That little bit she brought over to the surface of the glass, it was gathered from the furnace. So the reheating chamber and the furnace are two different machines here in the hot shop. One, which is the reheating chamber, just keeps the glass nice and hot. And then the furnace where she gets those little bits of glass from holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. And that's where the material comes from. If you all are ever curious to know what's happening here under the cone in the hot shop, we live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. So you can always get online at museumofglass.org and watch from the comfort of your home or maybe at work. You know, you can always watch what's happening here. We're working on a seahorse currently for the goblets that are on the podium. We just created the bottom portion. Now we're gonna work on the top portion of the seahorse. After this one, we will take a lunch break for about 1 hour, and then we'll come back and do it all again until 5 o'clock.
How did they decide what they're going to blow?
So they'll dab on the ice, give the piece a little flash. It's important that the piece stays above 1,000 degrees to prevent thermal shock as they're working here in the hot shop. Every year we have an annual gala and we create a goblet and a decanter for that year. It's an exclusive creation. So can we see some of the past Red Hot goblet and decanters? All right, now we're gonna take it and prep to knock it off of the end of the rod and then put it into the garage. And we're gonna take a lunch break and then we'll come back in a few. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of a spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here, 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things, where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school. school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork. And then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part. And then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really have, you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. Yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it. Take.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I wanted to try, I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I just started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Is having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful, you know?
No. Yeah, so now we're gonna put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you've worn cargo shorts so long that they've come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cap? I could have kept it more. I'm gonna need some rabbage. Remy. Call me Nancy. I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it? It's sitting right now. Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. You can go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm gonna get out real quick. Hui. Give me some tweezers. make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in installations. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so childhood cartoons and old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment. Incorporate bright and vibrant colors and, with a mixture of these black and white stripes and these crazy busy patterns. Glass was a wide open lane. When I first started blowing glass, just doing research on famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So my search results generated Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that that needs to change. So instead of looking into them, it's just becoming one myself. I was so it's like a beam. I usually make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But, you know, I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic. And then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like, it's not funky enough, you know? So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy and then maybe off center a little bit. And then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and cane, and then the Encalmo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, the background, is that cane? Is that opaque?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color. So the first color type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like those, my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation. So we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadisa de Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural, our cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pour surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondels for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondels. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondels with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 days, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondels. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's my, yeah, I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondels we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondels with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondels. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So they just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here, it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It was very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it'd be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together. So as the neon went through it, optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah, let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Yeah.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's
is
too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with like the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice.
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pull. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just gonna do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right? This
That's
smallish thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like.
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah, it could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I mean, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. that wide if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. What would have? I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you're cutting.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just a,
We get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
if we do that, then we know what I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with our neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. Patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. You know, I met a lot of these guys, you know, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand, so when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first start, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned, and I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Roman, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive, to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. We have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least, and so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass-blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
you can make it. Yeah.
So can I make?
Yes. Yep.
Be snappy.
Look at that bottom. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just once is fine.
Just got the once.
Awesome.
Can I touch those?
Yeah, totally.
What are you gonna touch, Ben? Good. Touch those two together when we come off. We got a little side.
You say when?
Do you want to touch those or not? No, because I need to shape that out. Three on the right, Eden. A little hard. For this, maybe I can pull it out, make a touch here, curl, or do you want me to keep it free floating?
What about if you like bring it like across, bring it across these ones?
Bring it over the top?
Yeah. See
Slow
this as?
touch?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you just stand by on the hot chart?
Yeah, totally.
Stop.
Attachment thing has like some element that is like coordinating whatever, or like drilling holes and putting like brass like fittings through, or I don't know, like seeing as how they're hollow, that makes that a lot easier.
Yeah. Way stronger, lighter.
Yeah, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Thing, but maybe it's like black on the outside, but they put like gold inside it, and the light like reflects off of the gold, and then like does stuff around it and things like that.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a cool idea. I'd have one of these in my house.
Sicky.
You know?
Well, we'll see what happens. The two whites. Yeah, just they're two pieces. So like one of the whites with white cane on it, and then the other.
Oh, the white on the.
It's opaline.
Do you want to use that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So
And then-
opaline and white cane.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then the second one will be the next white and white cane.
Okay.
That's kind of like a milky white.
So I'm getting ready for a show in the fall at St. Louis Art Museum, and I'm trying to work through these apothecary vessels. So they're sort of multi-part blown glass pieces. I just told Nick that I saw one at the Corning Museum that was 4 feet high. So we'll see how much we can sort of pull off there.
Hello,
But they do
everyone,
have sort
and
of
welcome
different
back to the Hot Shop
stands
here at
and
Museum of
displays.
Glass.
It was meant to signal to people who were illiterate that this was a pharmacy. So I'm interested in that sort of aspect of form and color and messaging, and how that sort of relates to conversations around healing today. I have some sketches with colored glass, and I ordered some colored glass that arrived yesterday. So I think some of them will have colored glass, but today we're starting with mostly clear glass. The photographs are much better than my drawings, but hopefully we'll knock out some of these. As you can see, a lot of them have like colored liquid in them. So that will be the second phase after the Hot Shop experiment. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Jabari, for really making this happen. We met probably, 15 years ago in New York City when Jabari was at Mokata. So I'm really happy to be part of the show, and thank you to everyone who made this show happen, and thank you for bringing me out.
Hello Hello
I'm Preston
again.
Singletary, and
Welcome back
I'm
to the
from
Hot
Seattle,
Shop. Today,
Washington,
in the Hot
working here
Shop,
at the Museum of Glass.
we're
This
creating
week I'm working
goblets.
on this
Before
bust,
lunch, we made
which
a
will
bunch
be
of parts.
incorporated into a larger
These really
sculpture.
cool
There's an example over here
seahorses.
of
And
this
so
bust
first,
form with the sort of the head and the hat.
creating the seahorses now.
Something I developed for the show and
I'm gonna
made.
give them a moment to turn this
Actually,
off,
haven't
and then
made
I'll
very
let you
many
guys know
more
each
of
step
them
the
because
way
there's so much work.
what's going on.
And so they are ancestral figures. So just sort of bringing kind of like a human element into, sort of this sculptural form. I'm going to take advantage of the larger glory hole and make some more proportionate bust forms. Friday, I'm having Dante Marioni come, and we're going to work on a few things together, our sort of ongoing collaborations. Dave Walters is going to help me working on these cylinder forms. Yeah, whatever.
So, as I was saying, before lunch, we created the seahorse portion of the goblets. My name is Emily, and I'll be the MC for the day. So, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. You can just wave your hand or shout my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. We're moving on to the top portion, which is the cup of the goblet. So, he'll make a few cup tops, probably about 7 cup tops. Or 3, we'll see. I'll let you guys know in a moment. Then he'll assemble the goblet. He made about 7 of the seahorses this morning, and we started work around 10 a.m. So it took a good amount of time. But to actually assemble the goblet doesn't take as long as all the prep work does. Maybe about 20-25 minutes to assemble it. But like I said, all of the prep work takes a lot more time. So, as he's gathered the glass from the furnaces are the silver tanks with the doors on the front of them here in the hot shop. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and they rest at 2,100 degrees all the time. So as they blew into the end of that rod, they created a bubble. And then what he's doing is he's manipulating the glass, moving it away from the end of the rod a bit by carving into the material. He's creating a weak point, so then he can transfer the bubble from the initial blowpipe to an additional rod to be able to open up and shape the top portion of the cup. Again, my name's Emily. We're making goblets. Oh, we're making these goblets because every year we have our annual gala. And there's a goblet and a decanter that's created for that year. And this year, I think the inspiration is a night in Venice. So can we see the years past goblet and decanters? So now we're going to transfer the bubble from the initial blowpipe to a transfer rod. There's a small access point. He'll be able to open it up. So to add color to the process, today specifically they used crushed glass, which we call frit, and that'll change the surface color. There's a few ways you can add color to the surface of the glass, but we'll stick to what we did today. And that's because we have to add color while we're working because all of the glass within the furnace is clear. So as they're working, you'll see the reheating chambers. The reheating chambers are they use those reheating chambers. It's the ovens in front of the benches. They're only designed to reheat the glass. So the reheating chambers are powered by natural gas and forced air. And they rest at about 2,300 degrees during the process. So now he just thinned the glass out a little bit, and then he'll remove some extra material. Okay, so now that he finished the top portion, the cup portion of the goblet, he'll place it into the garage, or she put it into the garage. The garage is an oven that's designed to keep the glass held at a steady temperature. It's warm enough to where it won't break, but it's not hot enough in temperature to where it'll continue to melt. It's just hold it. And now we're gonna make another cup top. Can we see the diagram of the goblet? So goblets are made by different parts, and then they're stacked together. They're super duper hard to achieve due to the ability to, because it's so thin and dainty, and then the ability to stack something horizontally and make it stand vertically. If you look up there at the big screen, you'll see that there's different parts of a goblet. And you don't have to follow this specifically, but that is how they're created. Typically the top first, and then the middle portion of the stem, and then they'll add the foot, and then connect the two pieces. If you guys are ever interested in what's happening here at the Museum of Glass, especially in the hot shop, you can always get onto our live stream. We live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. when we're open to the public. And then there's always hands-on events and activities. We have workshops inside of the education studio. We also have workshops here on the hot shop floor, which are led by Hilltop Artists alumni. And the Hilltop Artists are a local organization that was created to enhance the lives of the youth. So they start making glass as young as 12 years old. So as she blew into the end of that rod there, she expanded the bubble, and then with his jacks, he'll carve into the glass to help move that bubble away from the end of the rod and to create a line of tension. That line of tension will help us take this bubble off the pipe so we can open it up to make a functional cup for the top of the goblets. So now we'll transfer this piece off the rod to be able to open up the opposite side. After we put this top into the garage, then we're going to actually stack a full goblet from stem to top, and then or from stem to bottom, and then the top. And that'll only take about maybe 25 minutes or so. All right, now we're going to start with the unicorn. So he's blowing a little bubble onto the end of the rod there. This is the foot portion of the goblet. This is how it will stand. We have to start with the bottom first, so then we can turn it right side up to place the seahorse on top of the stem, on top of the foot. He can only stay out of the reheating chamber for so long until he has to go back in and give the piece a nice little flash to prevent any sort of shock. All right, now we'll tap it off onto the tongs. Let's give the Hot Shop team a big round of applause. They have to go into the annealing oven where they'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock, and that is how a goblet is stacked here in the Hot Shop. So the Hot Shop team has been working here in this shop for about over 20 years now. They're a great team of excellent artists, and I just wanted to show you guys some of their past works. So if you look at the big screen there, so this is Ben's past works. He's the man currently rotating the hot glass on the table. And then we'll have Gabe's past works. He's here at the garage, prepping the glass to be taken out of the garage. They don't get to make their work here in the Hot Shop very often. They spend a lot of their time creating for the store, for the museum, and then for artists that come and that apply to come and work here with them. And then we have Sarah's work. She's creates items here in the Hot Shop, and then later will engrave images into the work. So now we're back to cup tops. We'll do a couple more tops and then we'll stack up another goblet. So as he rotates that glass on the table, he'll stabilize it, set it up, blow into the end of the rod and cap it, and a bubble will come out of the end of the rod. That's how we get hollow things in glass, by blowing into the end of the rod. That'll create the hollow space in the cup. It only looks orange because it's hot. Like I said earlier, the glass rests at about 2100 degrees within that furnace. So now that he removed that little bubble from the initial rod he started on, he has the ability to access the inside. There's a little access point. He's gonna flare that open, tweeze it out, remove some extra material, and then flare it open. That reheating chamber he's using only reheats the glass, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees while they're working. The goblets that we are creating today here in the Hot Shop are for our annual Red Hot Gala, which happens in September. Every year there's a goblet and a decanter created. This year it's inspired a night out in Venini, so this Venetian style this goblet's created in reference to the Venetian style glass making. So can we see some of the years past goblets and decanters? Welcome to the Hot Shop. For those of you who are just joining us, we're making goblets today. So to stack the goblet up, they have to start by creating the foot first, which is the disc at the bottom. And then after they create that foot, they'll take out the seahorse from the oven here, the garage. And then they'll take out the cup top, one of the cup tops that they just put away. They'll take out a top like that and stack it up. It only will take about 20 minutes, maybe less. They go to stack them, it's pretty quick. But to create all the parts, it takes a good amount of time. They're gathering the glass from the furnace. The furnace holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. That's how they're able to start a process of creating an object here in the hot shop. Those steel rods are not great conductors of heat, and so that heat doesn't travel. It won't touch their hands. It'll get a little bit warm, but not too hot. So now as he blows into the end of that rod, he's blowing a foot. We call it a blown foot. It's a little bubble on the end of the rod. He'll remove some of the extra material and then open up the bubble and flatten it into a disc. Once it's nice and flat, we'll transfer it from this initial pipe we started on to be able to place the seahorse on top of the stem or on top of the foot, and then we'll place on the cup top. Now he'll straighten it up a bit, and then they'll take it off the pipe and place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. Onto the tongs it'll go, and let's give them a big round of applause. And that is how a goblet is created here in the hot shop. And in just a moment, they'll do it all again. They might make another top, or they may assemble another goblet, but we'll see in just a second. So as they continue to take glass out of the furnaces here in the hot shop, they have to be refilled. So Nick, our hot shop technician, his job is to recharge the furnaces with more glass. And so that means just refilling them. So can we actually see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about that process?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So now that they've transferred that bubble, that clear bubble of glass from the initial blowpipe, he's going to start to open it up. It'll function as the cut portion of the goblet. For those of you who are just joining, we're creating goblets here in the hot shop. Every year here at Museum of Glass, we have an annual gala. And this year, the theme is a night out in Italy. So this Venetians-inspired goblet is the goblet we'll have exclusive to 2026. There is a goblet and a decanter that is created every year. So can we see some of the year past goblet and decanters? This is for our annual Red Hot Gala, which happens in September. Red Hot is a really fun night out in glass. We celebrate glass with a silent auction dinner and a live auction. He'll put this cup portion of the goblet into the garage where it'll rest until it'll be held at a steady temperature. until we're ready to rework it into the process when we stack the goblet together. So to stack the goblet, they're gonna blow on the foot. Um, it's gonna blow on a bubble and then open it up and spin it out to be a disc. And then they're gonna transfer the disc from the initial pipe they started on to be able to place the seahorse on top of the foot, and then they'll put on the cup. So now we're working on the bottom portion of the goblet. Can we see the goblet diagram? We're making goblets here in the hot shop. We're gonna work on the foot portion and then we'll add the stem, which will be the seahorse, and then we'll put the cut portion on top of the seahorse. These goblets are created for our annual gala here at Museum of Glass. Every September we have a red hot gala celebrating a night out in glass. The theme for this year is a night out in Venice, I believe. And so this Venetian-inspired design is what they came up with. Can we please see some of the years past? Up there on the big screen, you'll be able to see previous years' goblets and decanters. Thank you. That reheating chamber that they use to keep the glass nice and hot in front of the bench, it rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. And it's only designed to reheat the glass. Now that we remove the foot from the initial pipe we started on, they'll be able to take the seahorse out of the garage where it's being held at a steady temperature to be placed on the stem as the stem portion of this goblet. If you all are ever interested in what's happening here in the hot shop, you can always get onto museumofglass.org and click on our program and our hot shop tab. We live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. so you can watch what's happening from the comfort of your own home or the comfort of your own iPhone. So he'll place the cup on the top, and just like that, that is how a goblet is stacked here in the hot shop. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. It'll go into that annealing oven to rest as it cools down overnight to prevent thermal shock. And that is how a goblet is stacked here in the hot shop.